Cook, and today, for today's live, we are making a traditional Egyptian dinner called macarona wa farech bene, which translates to pasta with chicken bene, which is essentially a chicken breast, a fried chicken breast fillet. So let's go ahead and get started for today's live. I'm super excited for this. Recently, I have been looking at introducing like new style of videos, not necessarily in terms of how I record, but essentially the food that I will be, like the types of videos that I will be creating. So traditionally, what I have been doing is showing like one food or one dish per video, but I want to start introducing like full meals that are popular in Egyptian culture. So today will actually be the first one where I will be making pasta and fried chicken. So I'm super excited for today's live, and as you know it, for those of you who have been part of my previous lives, this is also a behind the scenes of what I go through when it comes to recording my recipe videos that I post to all of my social media platforms. So I'm not just cooking for today's live, I'm also giving you the behind the scenes of what it takes to record all of my voiceover audio, all the camera adjustments, and everything that happens behind the scenes. So let's go ahead and get started. First things first, that I do with all of my recipe videos, I record all of my voiceover audio lines. As you can see here in this lengthy packet, I guess you can call it, are all my notes, and then at the very end, the last 2 pages are the ingredients for everything that is being made. If you're wondering why the font size is so large, this is actually an Arial font at size 28 point size font. The reason for that is because I am legally blind. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease at a young age, which is a form of macular degeneration. Please note, or please know, that when somebody says that they are legally blind, it is not the same as being fully blind. It just simply means that the person has lost a significant amount of their vision to where it can, essentially at my vision, it's at 20/200 in both eyes, and it cannot be corrected with like prescription glasses or surgery or anything like that at the moment. So therefore, I just have to do things a little bit differently. One of which, when it comes to reading, just large size font. So let's go ahead and get started. I do need to turn on this camera and turn on some lights. Let's remove this. Rotate this like so. Now let's go ahead and get started and record all of my voiceover lines. Then immediately after that, we will work on preparing everything that we need and recording the shots that we need, and we can get cooking. So let's go ahead and do this. This is macarona wa farech bene. In Egyptian culture, it is pasta with fried chicken. Start this recipe by slicing chicken breast fillets into thin fillets. That sounded redundant, me saying fillets twice like that. That's why I kind of awkwardly paused and stopped talking. Let's try that one again. Start this recipe by slicing chicken breast fillets into... I'll remove the first fillets. Start this recipe by slicing chicken breast fillets into thinner fillets. long way. Then think happy thoughts. And tenderize the chicken. Transfer the tenderized chicken fillets to a bowl. Season it with fresh lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Now put on your imaginary gloves and mix this really well. Cover the seasoned chicken breast fillets. Fry diced onions with minced garlic in olive oil. When the onions and garlic begin to brown, I shouldn't have paused there because I still had another phrase before the pause. So let's try that one again. When the onions and garlic begin to brown and become fragrant, add diced tomatoes along with tomato. Nope. All right, let's get rid of that one and try it again. Add diced tomatoes along with tomato paste. Season it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Mix this really well and let it cook for... Nope. I can't be pausing in the middle like that when I'm supposed to continue. Let's try it again. Mix this really well and let it cook for about 5 to 7 minutes before adding a splash of water. Introduce an immersion blender to this operation to make the tomato sauce nice and smooth like you. Let the tomato sauce simmer and reduce to a thicker consistency. Add some sea salt to boiling water. And the pasta goes in. Let it cook for about 8 minutes. Add the cooked ditalini. Add the cooked ditalini. Add the cooked ditalini pasta. Ditalini. Oh, I hope I'm saying that right. All right, serious faces, people. Let's try this again. Add the cooked ditalini. Add the cooked ditalini. Add the cooked ditalini pasta to the. Add the cooked ditalini. Add the cooked ditalini pasta to the tomato sauce along with some pasta water. I'm going to try it one more time. Add the cooked ditalini along with some pasta water. Ditalini. Oh my goodness. Ditalini pasta. Ditalini pasta. Ditalini. It's like a tongue twister. All right, take like 47. Where am I? Here we go. Let's try this again. Add the cooked ditalini pasta to the tomatoes. Add the cooked ditalini pasta to the tomato sauce along with some pasta water. I think that one will do. Now back to the seasoned chicken breast fillets. One bowl gets flour and the same seasonings used on the chicken. A second bowl gets beaten eggs. The third and final bowl gets breadcrumbs. First, lightly coat the chicken in flour and shake off any excess. Then dip it in the beaten eggs. In the breadcrumbs the chicken goes. Now shallow fry it for a few minutes per side in a neutral oil. Flip it only one time. The chicken should be golden brown and crispy like this. To serve this traditional Egyptian dinner, the pasta goes alongside the fried chicken. Garnish it with fresh parsley. And it is ready to serve. Egyptian style macarona wa farach bane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of my voiceover audio recordings. So let's go ahead and make some adjustments and get ready. And then I'm going to bring you guys over here to the counter for a better perspective and point of view. Let's rotate this camera like so. Let's tilt her down. All right. Let me clear off some of this counter space. Let's see, I do need this for the chicken. Let's see, use cellular data. Use data. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did get a notification on my phone that there was an issue with the Wi-Fi connection or whatever the case is, so I just switched over to use cellular data. So I apologize. I don't know if the live froze on your end or not. In case it did, I did just finish recording all of my voice over audio. So right now, so I did just rotate my screen and my camera. I'm going to clear some of this counter space. I'm going to bring you guys over here, and we're going to go ahead and get started with preparing the chicken breast fillets. So let's just move some of this stuff out of the way. Then I'll bring you guys over to the counter. The chicken can stay because we do need that. We got some onion, some garlic, some lemons. A whole lot of tomatoes for the sauce because we are making the sauce from scratch. Then we got the breadcrumbs, some ditalini pasta that I kept on messing up the name. Immersion blender can go to the side. I also need meat mallet. All right. All right, let's bring you guys over here now. Just give me a moment to adjust your positioning. Up you go, and then we're going to tilt you down like so. So I need to adjust this camera so that it is down on that cutting board, I should say. So I'll put the cutting board here, knife can go there. All right, I need to wash my hands. I need to adjust my camera's focus. So just give me one moment as I get this situated, please, and thank you. All right, looks like you guys can see the cutting board and everything okay. Let me actually just tilt you guys a little bit more like this. Oops. That way you guys can also see part of my screen, like my perspective of what I'm recording with my other camera. So let's go ahead and do this. First things first, I'm going to be just filleting the chicken breast the long way. And then, so I'm essentially going to turn this into 2 fillets, and then we're going to tenderize it. So let's go ahead and get started. I think I completely like crouched over that shot, didn't even realize it. Let's see. All right, let's do one more. Let's do this one instead. Much better for the shot, at least for the shot that I need. So right now we are just preparing the chicken breast fillets. I'm essentially just filleting them another time the long way to make them even thinner, and then we are going to tenderize it. We'll do one more. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, we are making a traditional Egyptian dinner. We're making pasta and fried chicken. So the pasta is essentially like a red sauce, tomato sauce pasta, and the chicken is chicken benet, which is a chicken breast fillet that is seasoned and fried. So we just finished filleting the chicken breast. Now let's go ahead and tenderize. So I'll put that right there. Set this to the side for now. Meat mallet. All right, it's that simple. So it should look like that, nice and thin. All right, I got the shot that I need. Let me make sure that everything's okay with that, and then we can go ahead and just tenderize the rest, and where I don't have to worry about recording with my main camera. Okay, the flip. And do one more, because when I flipped it, I kind of flipped it like off center. So I'll do one more where I'm recording on my main camera, and then we'll go through and do the rest without having to worry about recording. That this way like that. All right, let's do this. Should be nice and thin like that. All right, let's bring the rest of them over here that we need to tenderize. We got the shot that we needed. So these ones are done. Need to work on these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. After we finish tenderizing these chicken breast fillets, we're going to work on the marinade. Last one. That's the last one. All right, this can go to the sink. I'm going to wash my hands as well because I do need to get ready, reposition for the next shot. So just give me one moment, please, and thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while I'm at it, I do need to grab some extra towels as well. All right, I'm going to temporarily move this to the side. Some little pieces of chicken there. Just quickly wipe down the countertop. Then I'll be back with the chicken and a large bowl. It's all set. Let's wipe this down. All right. So we're going to use a large bowl. All right, I just tenderized it. All right. They are left in the packet. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I might as well. So I got 3 like chicken breasts left in this packet. I could marinate them now, or you know what? I'm just gonna. So I'm not gonna cook all of it today. It's way too much. That'd be way too much for me to make. For me to cook. All right, coming back with chicken breasts. All right, let's get this next shot in. All right, that was all the chicken. Be right back. I need to wash my hands again. I do need to slice open a lemon. It's right here. All right, up first is some fresh lemon juice. Got the shot that I needed. Squeeze the rest out. Oops. Yallah, Bismillah. Up next are these seasonings. Up first is smoked paprika, followed by coriander, and then cumin, and sea salt, and black pepper. All right, smoked paprika. Up next is the coriander. Next is some cumin. And sea salt. And finally, some black pepper. Put on my imaginary gloves. That's what I'm about to do. And I think I have a recording line as well. Yes, I do. All right, let's do this. All right, I'm going to go wash my hands, and I do need to adjust the camera up. I'm also going to, before I do that, I'm also going to add the juice of another lemon. Yallah, Bismillah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's tilt this camera up. Actually, I need to pull it back too. as well for this next shot. I need to tilt it up just a little bit. All right, let's move this out of the way. Oh, you're going to have so much cross-contamination. Okay, khalas. My internal temperature is 165 degrees Fahrenheit. We try that one again. The body language did not feel right. So let's try it one more time. Take two. Oh, let's try it again. Oh, you're going to have so much cross-contamination. Okay, khalas. My internal temperature is 165. I just like, let's try it again. Oh, you're going to have so much cross-contamination. Okay, khalas. My internal temperature is 165 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't want to pause between me saying, like, I don't want there to be a pause the way I just did when I said 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's try it again. Oh, you're going to have so much cross-contamination. Okay, khalas. My internal temperature is 165 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that one was it. Let's check it out. Make sure we're good to go. Oh my goodness. All right, that one was much better than all the other ones. I'm gonna do one more for good measure, and then we can move forward with the next steps. Let's do this. Oh, you're going to have so much cross-contamination. Okay, khalas. My internal temperature is 165 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, I'm done. I'm done. All right, I do need to wash my hands because this next shot, I do need to cover the chicken with some plastic wrap. So let me go wash my hands and I will be right back. All right, let me adjust my camera back up so it's focused on just the bowl. Let's push this a little bit forward. Let's tilt that a little bit more down. To adjust the camera up onto me. Oops. Let me go around and do this. It'll be much easier. So I do have a recording line. And let this marinate as you work on the pasta sauce, on the tomato sauce. And let this marinate while you work on the tomato sauce. Let's review it, make sure we're good to go. And let this marinate while you work on the tomato sauce. All right, so the chicken is seasoned. So we got some fresh lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So we're just gonna set this to the side for now. And then we will start working on the tomato sauce. Did I say that right in here? What did I write? As you work on the, I said pasta sauce. Let me try it one more time. Let's get rid of that. Let's bring it back over. And let this marinate while you work on the pasta sauce. And let this marinate while you work on the tomato sauce and pasta. I think that one's better. I just improvised the tail end of what I said, of what I originally wrote. And let this marinate while you work on the tomato sauce and pasta. All right, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that one. All right, take 4. And let this marinate while you work on the tomato sauce and pasta. I'm just gonna go with it. All right, now let's clean up my mess. All right, counter is clean. Now I can temporarily turn off this camera. I'm going to grab my cutting board. We need onions and garlic over here as well. Let's see. TikTok wants me to do this puzzle verification thing. Oh my goodness. All right. I need to wash my knife from earlier that I used on the chicken. And then I will be back over there by you guys, and we're going to work on the veggies to make the tomato sauce. So just give me one moment here while I clean the knife from earlier. All right, so up first is this yellow onion. We're going to peel it and then dice it up. This is all for the tomato sauce. We're making it from scratch. It's a very simple process. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook. And for today's live, we are making a traditional Egyptian dinner. We're making macarona wa farach bane, which is essentially pasta with fried chicken. This is a very simple recipe. And right now, we are at the point we just finished marinated chicken, which is over there on the table beside me. And right now, we are working on preparing the vegetables to make the tomato sauce for the pasta. So up first is dicing the onions, and then we're going to mince the garlic, and then we're going to dice the tomatoes, and that's it for the vegetables. For this sauce, The dicing does not have to be absolutely perfect, because once everything cooks and reduces, we will be blending it all with an immersion blender to make it nice and smooth. So that's for the onions. Up next is the garlic. Oh, the mini cutting board is over here. So put the garlic on there. I'm going to put a little bit of water in this bowl. You will see why in just a moment. Anytime you are slicing garlic, just take some water, run it along your fingers and along the blade. This will make slicing the garlic much easier because it will not stick to the blade. You will not get that like sticky feeling. Anything that does like look like it's stuck right there, one simple swipe and it easily comes right off. If you do that without the water, you're going to have that sticky feeling that you get from slicing garlic. Based on the amount of garlic you are handling, like every 2 to 3 garlic cloves, you will need to apply more water. You'll actually be able to feel that stickiness start to build or manifest. So when that happens, just simply apply more water and continue with slicing the garlic. After this garlic, we will work on the tomatoes. We have a couple garlic cloves left here. Oops. Just running the blade one final time through the garlic. As you can see, we have a whole lot of garlic on both sides of the blade. One simple swipe on each side and all the garlic comes off because we applied some water to the blade prior to handling the garlic. There you have it, some minced garlic. Set that to the side. We can get rid of this bowl of water. We no longer need it. So it can go in the dishwasher. Up next, we have some tomatoes. And we also have another cutting board. Be right back. I'm just going to wash off these tomatoes. Give me like 30 seconds and I will be right back. All right, first things first, let's remove the tomato pit. Simple process. Like so, with a little knife. And then just rotate the tomato around until you remove the tomato pit. Simple as that. Last tomato, and then I'm going to get rid of these pits. I'm also going to grab a bowl for these tomatoes as we dice them. This we don't need anymore. All right, let's do this. So right now we are simply just roughly dicing these tomatoes, which will contribute to the pasta sauce. All of this will be blended smooth, so it does not have to be perfectly diced. That is all the tomatoes. Take this to the sink. All right. Let me wash my hands really quick. All right. Let's clean up the tomato juices that went overboard. Let me temporarily take you guys on a little field trip to over here. Let's clean. Oops. Just going to quickly clear off these cutting boards because we will probably need them soon, and we're about to start cooking here. So let me just get it out of the way now. So just washing these few cutting boards. Oops. And then we're gonna head back over there to the kitchen island. We're going to clean our spot there, and then we're going to start cooking. This can go in the dishwasher. I have, Let's see. Here's the chicken that was not used. Just going to transfer them to this bowl. This is garbage. This can go in the dishwasher. Oops. Now, that's all set. Temporarily, just rotate you guys that way. These can go on the table for now. This can go in the dishwasher. Actually, still need this for the seasonings later. Wiping down my area with some soap and water, because we did have some of the tomato juices spill over. And then we can start cooking. Turn this camera back on. Let's get set up with the countertop stove. Set that there for now. Bring over the pan. Don't need the lid right now. Set this to the side. I'm going to bring you guys back over here in just a moment. Here, tomatoes can go to the side for now, where you guys are. Don't need these seasonings right now. We're gonna come back to that later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring you back over. Quick little field trip. Let's do this. Oops. All right, there you go. TikTok. All right. And let me adjust YouTube. Give me one moment to get everybody situated here. All right, I think that should be I think that should be okay for everyone. Now, let's move this out of the way again. I need to adjust this camera up and focusing on the pot. So give me one moment while I do that, please. Oh, that is way too low. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. That was the olive oil. Just grabbing my knife. We're going to wait about like 30 to 45 seconds here, possibly a minute. Then we're going to go in with the onions. We got some roughly diced onions here. So we're just giving the olive oil just a chance to heat up here. Let's do a quick test. There was like a little bit of sizzle. It should have been a little bit more, like a little more pop to it. So we're gonna give it a little bit more, like a few more seconds here, like 20 seconds or so. All right, that was the onions. Now I'm going to add the garlic, the minced garlic. But before I do that, I'm going to apply a little bit of water on the blade and my fingers so that way it slides right off. All right, I just ran some water along the blade and my fingers, pushing the garlic up onto the blade like so. And now let's get the shot we need. All right, that was the minced garlic. Let's brush off any that we missed that was still on the cutting board. All right, that's all set. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, we are making a traditional Egyptian dinner. We are making macarona wa farach bane, which is essentially pasta with fried chicken. So right now, we're at the early stages of working on the tomato sauce. We already marinated the chicken, which is behind me here on the table. Let's grab it so I can give you guys a look. So in this bowl, we have chicken breast fillets that were filleted the long ways to be nice and thin. Then we tenderized it. Then the marinade, we did fresh lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So this was the first thing that we did. And then we're just allowing it time to marinate as we're working on the tomato sauce and pasta. So right now in here we got some onions and minced garlic. We're just letting it cook for a few minutes here for it to get some color and for the onions and garlic to become fragrant. Once that happens, which is just about now, we are going to add in the diced tomatoes. That was just a close-up shot on the onions and garlic. Let me grab the diced tomatoes. I also need to get the tomato paste, which is in the refrigerator. I need a spoon for that as well. Okay. Let's do this. So that was the diced tomatoes. Up next, we have some tomato paste. Clear off that spoon as best as possible. I'm going to wash my hands off. Up next, we do need to add some seasonings as well. All right. Seasonings is fairly simple. Up first is the coriander. Followed by some cumin. Up next is the sea salt. And finally is the black pepper. Let's move these to the side. So that way it's out of the way. These can go back on the table, out of the way as well. Do I have a recording line? Season it, mix it, no. All right. Now we mix it. Let's do this. Right now we are just mixing all the vegetables. We got onions, garlic, tomatoes, and tomato paste. And then we just seasoned it with ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So we're just mixing this all together really well. And then we're going to let it cook for about 5 to 7 minutes approximately before we add just a splash of water. How did I say it? Mix it really well and let it cook for about 5 to 7 minutes before adding a splash of water. Just adjusting the temperature a little bit to turn it up. All right, so in about like 5-ish minutes, we're going to let this continue to cook. And in about 5-ish minutes, we are going to add a splash of water, and then we're going to introduce an immersion blender to this to make it nice and smooth. This can go in the dishwasher. And this bowl that we used for the tomatoes can also go in the dishwasher. Let's see the time. It's 5:19, so at 5:23, that's when we'll we're gonna add just like a little tiny splash of water to this, not too much, because we don't want the sauce to be too thin. If that's what you prefer, then of course add more water. If you want it to be a little bit thicker, just a little tiny splash is okay. Right now, just grabbing my charger to plug YouTube in, my phone for YouTube. Just that way both my phones don't die at the same time. So right now in this pot, we have onions, garlic, tomatoes, tomato paste, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. At 523, we're just gonna add just a tiny splash of water to this, and then we're going to blend it. We have one more minute. So actually, let me get the immersion blender ready. Let me plug it in. And then we can go from there. Immersion blender is plugged in. Now let's add that splash of water. Just a splash, because I don't want the sauce to be so incredibly thick. Just a splash like that. Now I need to bring this back out here. Oops, this is the cap for one of the seasonings. I brought the olive oil back out because it will essentially act like a weight for the cord when I use the immersion blender. Otherwise, it's just gonna get in the way. All right, let's do this. All right. I think I destroyed my kitchen. Let me turn down the temperature. All right. That can detach like that. All right. Keep an eye on the sauce for me. I'm going to go wash this off. I will be right back. Now, let me clean up. Actually, before I do that, let me unplug this, the immersion blender. All right, the olive oil can disappear. Just winding the cord back up. That's good to go. Now let me clean up everything that splashed. So it splashed all over the counter and even on my monitor, even on the side here of the stove. But my suit is still good to go. So all is well. Alright, let the tomato sauce simmer and ooze. Let me adjust the zoom for this next part, this next shot. Oop. All right, so this tomato sauce, I'm actually going to transfer it to my main stove behind me here. Just give me a moment here. Let me rotate you guys so you can see what's happening here. I'm just bringing it over here to my main stove. All right, we're keeping this at a I forgot to take a shot. um, all right, let's try this one more time. All right, now let's move this behind us here to the main stove. So I'm keeping it at like a lowish, like a high-low simmer. So kind of like a medium-low is what I should have said, not high-low. All right, let's get you guys back in position. I think that should be okay. I need to grab a new pot for the pasta. So I'm just going to get this camera ready for, actually, I do have a recording line. I do need to bring the pasta over. All right, I need to adjust this camera for this next shot because I do have a recording line. All right, just putting this on the stove behind me. Now let's cook ditalini pasta. Ditalini pasta. Ditalini pasta. Now let's cook ditalini pasta. So when I was recording my voiceover audio at the beginning of this live, I kept on stumbling because in one of my voiceover audio recordings, I had to say ditalini pasta, and I kept on stumbling on my words. Just couldn't get it out right. So hopefully this goes smoothly. All right, let's do this. Now let's cook ditalini pasta. I think I said it okay. Let's see how it looks. Okay, pasta's in focus. That's good. Now let's cook ditalini pasta. All right, we should be okay. So ditalini pasta is essentially like the really short, tiny cylinder types of pasta. That's what this is. Just super tiny. And then it has a little hole, like a cylinder, a really short cylinder, essentially. All right, let me bring this back over here so I can get my next shot ready. We're still going to let it reach a boil on my main stove. I'm just getting the camera ready for this next shot. Let's see, add some sea salt to boiling water and pasta goes in. Definitely need to adjust this more. All right, that should be okay. Now, let's take another trip. Let's bring this pot of water back over here to my main stove. So over here, we got the tomato sauce going, just on a medium-low simmer. So in this, for the tomato sauce, fairly simple. Onions, garlic, tomatoes, tomato paste, and then the seasonings, ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, black pepper. So 4 and 4 to make this tomato sauce. And we added like a tiny splash of water, like super tiny splash of water. Maybe, I don't know, a total of 4 ounces, not even. So it was just a small splash. So that's for the tomato, that's what we got going on in this pot over here. And over here across the kitchen, on the kitchen table, is the chicken, which is marinating. Just grabbing it over here for you guys. So this was at the very beginning of the live. We prepared the chicken. So this is chicken breast fillets that were filleted the long ways to make them nice and thin. Then we tenderized it, and then we seasoned it with lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So this was the first thing that we did, so that way we could allow it time to marinate as we worked on the tomato sauce. And now we're just waiting for this pot of water to boil, so that way we can cook the pasta, which is this type of pasta right here, this ditalini type pasta, which is a super tiny, small, tubular like pasta. So just waiting for the water to reach a boil. Then we can cook the pasta. Then we're going to mix it in to the tomato sauce. And then once we do that, then we will come back to this chicken and we will work on the breading process, which is fairly simple. And then we will fry it. And then once that is done, then we will plate everything. We're gonna garnish it with some fresh greens, and then it is time to eat. So I'm super excited for this one. This is a very traditional dinner in Egyptian culture. Pasta with fried chicken. The pasta we just call it macarona, which is simply Arabic for macaroni or pasta. And this style of chicken is called farach bene, which is chicken bene in English, which is essentially fried chicken breast fillet. Let's turn up the heat on this. And then we're going to need the iron skillet for the frying side of things. So let's just set that over here for now. There's just like a few bubbles starting to form in this pot of water, so a few more minutes here for it to reach a boil, and then we can go ahead and get start cook. We're gonna bring it back over here to the kitchen island. We're going to record the shots that I need for the recipe video, and then we will continue with cooking this ditalini pasta. While I'm at it, do have one thing to clean here in the sink. So let's get this out of the way. Also have some fresh greens. I'm going to cut off just a little bit so that way we can chop it up. Just a little bit is all we need. Just going to wash it up really quick. Covering up the chicken breast fillets that were not used from the package. these I will repurpose for something else later on this week. Tomato sauce is smelling and looking really good. A few more bubbles are starting to formulate inside this pot of water. We're just waiting for it to reach a boil so we can cook the pasta. Let's put these bowls away. I think I'm all set with all of them. I know I'm going to need one more for the seasonings when we make the when we work on breading the chicken, because we will be adding the same seasonings that we used for the chicken. We're going to be adding it to the flour. And so it's 5:47 right now. At 5:50, so like 2.5-ish minutes, we're going to move this pot back over to the kitchen island. We're going to rotate you guys around back to focus on that, and then we will get going with cooking the pasta. So 2 minutes and counting. Let me grab the spoon for the sauce. Sauce is smelling and looking absolutely incredible. The water is still being stubborn for for the pasta, but that's okay. We'll get there when we get there. And right in front of you guys here at the bottom is the chicken, which is marinating. These are chicken breast fillets that are marinating with fresh lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. And in case you're wondering, in terms of for any of my videos that I do post for the ingredients list and anything and everything that has to do with the recipe, it can all be found on my website, theegyptiancook.com. It is linked in my bio on all of my social media platforms, theegyptiancook.com. That is where you can find all of my recipes with the ingredients list, written step-by-step instructions, and also the perspective video attached to it. So all of it in one place on my website, theegyptiancook.com. So if you haven't already checked it out, definitely check it out. Also, for those of you who are not members on my YouTube channel, I highly recommend you click that join button. It is one of the absolute best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen in bringing you Egyptian food, culture, traditions, and of course, the spontaneous yelling. You also get early access to each of my videos. For example, with this recipe video that I'm working on right now as we speak, I plan to have it edited and posted by tomorrow, exclusive for my YouTube channel members. For everybody else, it will not post or go public until the following week. Essentially, all of my recipe videos are on a 1 week schedule or 1 week behind, whatever you want to call it. But if you want to have early access to it as well as many other perks, click that join button on my YouTube channel. It is much appreciated for those of you who already are currently members on my YouTube. All right, let's go ahead and get switched over here. I'll just do that temporarily for now, and then I'll make any adjustments as needed. Right, let me just move some things around to make some space. All right, TikTok, it looks like you guys can see the pot. And YouTube, it looks like everybody's good to go. I'd also like to give a shout out to one of my YouTube members from last week's live, John Smoot, if I'm saying your username, if I'm remembering your username properly and pronouncedly, Smoot, S-M-O-O-T, I believe is how you would pronounce that word. Thank you for sending that gift during my live last week. Unfortunately, one of my challenges because of my vision, when it comes to me going live, even though I'm looking at the screen right now. So I'm currently live on TikTok, which is to my left, and YouTube, which is to my right. Even though I am looking at the screen, I cannot see any of the messages or chats or any of the activity that's going on the screen. So if you guys do send gifts or any of that type of stuff and I do not acknowledge it during the current live, especially when I am in my kitchen, I do apologize for that. It's just there's really nothing I can do about that given my vision disability. On the rare occasions where I do my live Q&As and I'm sitting in front of my computer, then those are the days, those are the types of lives where I am able to address your comments and chats as the live is progressing. But other than that, thank you, John Smoot, for the gifts from last week on YouTube. I appreciate you and everybody else as well. Recently, I have been putting in a lot of work to my YouTube and really rapidly, it's been rapidly growing. So I appreciate everybody on my YouTube channel who has given me that support. I also appreciate everybody on TikTok. It's just my YouTube. Essentially, I don't want to say it was falling behind, but it kind of did fall behind in comparison to all my other social media platforms. So like the past 6 months especially, I've been putting in a lot of work to essentially grow it and build it up, and you guys have been recognizing that, so thank you. All right, we got some more action going on in here. I need to grab the sea salt. Let's get the shot that we need. That was sea salt to some boiling water. Now let's go in with the ditalini pasta. All right, so we're gonna let this cook for about 8 minutes, no more than 9. Then we're going to add it to the tomato sauce, which is on the stove right behind me. Then once we incorporate it with the tomato sauce, of course, we're going to give it a nice mix. And then we will move back onto preparing the chicken with the breading process. So we're gonna get like our breading station set up and ready. We're going to bread the chicken, we're going to cook it, and then we can plate everything up and we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and eat. So let's check the time here. It is 5:56, so at 6:04 we will, that will be 8 minutes. I kind of just talked and spoke, I just spoke for roughly a minute since we put in the pasta. So at 6:04 we will, the cook time for the pasta will be up. Let me adjust the temperature just a little bit so it's not so high and violent like that with the boil. Let's see. All right, let's switch back over to the main stove. Actually, we're gonna play musical plots for a moment here. So let's move the tomato sauce here. We'll bring this here. We can temporarily move the countertop stove to the side for now. We're just letting the pasta cook for now. I'm going to turn off my main camera for now as well, since we're not using it for the time being. So once the pasta is cooked, we're going to transfer it over to the tomato sauce. Actually, I do still need that shot for that. I don't know why I got rid of the countertop stove. I forgot about that. It's okay. Could be worse. So once the pasta is cooked, we're going to transfer it over to the tomato sauce. We're going to get the shots that we need for that. And then we will, let me adjust this. So what was I saying? I don't even remember what where I left off in my sentence. But once the pasta is cooked, we're going to transfer it over to, we're going to mix it in with the tomato sauce, which is right here. So we got pasta in here, tomato sauce in there. We're going to get the shots that we need for the final cut of the recipe video. And once it's all mixed and good to go, we're going to set it to the side. And then we are going to work on preparing the breading stations for the chicken. And then we will fry the chicken. And then we will plate everything up. We'll take the final shots that we need with my intro and outro. Take the picture for my thumbnail. And then we will say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. So we are at the somewhat tail end of this recipe video and live. And when I say tail end, that probably means that we still have like another solid, 2 more hours to go. Because my lives do usually average like 3 to 4 hours in total length, but it's essentially the reason why it's for the lives usually last so long when I'm cooking is because I'm not just simply cooking. It's the entire like behind the scenes of like my recording process and everything that I need to do that goes into me creating the final cuts, the recipe videos that I do post to my social media platforms and website that I share with each and every single one of you. So it's not just simply cooking, it's the entire process that I am showing during my live. About 2 to 3 more minutes. Here's the type of pasta that we are cooking. This is ditalini pasta. I hope that I'm saying that right. I guess we will find out in the coming days when I post the final cut. I'll give it about like 1.5, like 90 seconds for the pasta, and then I will transfer it to this bowl. And then we're going to move the, actually, let me get situated with the tomato sauce while I am waiting. Let's do this like this. I'm just getting my main camera ready and focused on the tomato sauce. Right. turned off the stove. Oops. There's your cooked pasta. Let me rotate you guys back over this way. All right. Let's see, let it cook at let me actually adjust this again. The flame went out. Oops. All right, let's do this. All right, flame's still on, good. Now let's add the pasta. Never fails. Oh my goodness, why? we're good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn this off. Let me set this right here. So here's the pasta. Pasta's all set for now. So I'm actually going to set it on the stove behind me. Like, it's done cooking, so I'm just gonna set it on the stove behind me just to get it out of the way. So we're just gonna set this here. Stove is off on all four. Now let's bring you guys back over this way. We can temporarily move this out of the way. Now we can actually do that, because I did that earlier before I incorporated the pasta with the sauce. Let me move this camera back over here and adjust the angle. And then I need to clean the counter because I made a giant mess earlier when I added the pasta in. Just going to wipe down the countertop. And then we will move back to the chicken. Here's the chicken. So this chicken breast fillets that were filleted the long ways, really thin. Then we tenderized it. We added lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. And it has been marinating since the beginning of this live. Let's adjust this camera back down onto the chicken. How did I say this? Now back to the seasoned chicken breast fillets. All right. This can move to the side as well. I need to adjust my main camera. And then I will adjust you guys as well if needed. Now let me go ahead and adjust you guys. All right, let's do this. right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the seasoned chicken breast fillets. And in terms of the amount of seasoning that I used, I just do seasoning to taste. I don't measure my seasonings. That's how I list it on all of my recipes. Like when you look at my website, theegyptiancook.com, at the top, immediately like underneath where it says ingredients, like in large bold letters, I say that all seasonings should be to taste. Because I know some of you have complained in many of my recipe videos that I add way too much seasoning, but it is all subjective when it comes to your preferred taste. All right, so we got some flour. Do I need anything else from in here? No. So you need essentially 3 bowls, one for the flour, one for the eggs, and the final one for the breadcrumbs. So right now I'm just, all the seasonings that were used for the chicken, I'm also going to add to the flour. That was flour. That was the same seasoning mix used on chicken, which was smoked paprika, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Those 5 seasonings. So that's bowl number 1. It's flour and the same seasonings used on the chicken. Bowl number 2. Going to wash my hands, be right back. That's bowl number 2, beaten eggs. This can go in the garbage and the bowl will go in the dishwasher. Where are the breadcrumbs? I say the third and final bowl gets breadcrumbs. I don't need that long of a shot. Let's try that again. I stopped like way too short. I need to zoom this out, down a little bit. Here. Let's see. Give me one moment. I do need to adjust this camera. I'm also going to adjust you guys as well. So that way you can see everything. Now let me adjust my main camera. actually. Why crowd the shot? I'll just do it exactly how I did it before. Why give myself the headache? All right. See. Let me go wash my hands really quick. Internal temperature too high. Oh my goodness, why? I'm not even cooking right now. All right, guys, we have a temporarily interruption with my main camera. It just told me internal temperature too high. So when that happens, it automatically shuts off. So let's just give it like a minute or two for it to cool down. And then we can start with breading the chicken in the flour. Then we're going to put it in the beaten eggs, followed by the third and final bowl, which is the breadcrumbs. So while we're waiting on that, grab a plate for the chicken. Once it's all breaded and everything, we'll set it right here. So we're going to bread the chicken. Well, right now we're just waiting for the camera to cool down a little bit. Once it cools down, we're going to bread the chicken. We're going to fry the chicken, and then we will plate everything up, and then we will take the shots that we need for my intro and outro and for the thumbnail for the video, for the final cut of the video. And then we will say Yallah, Bismillah, and we will eat. Actually, while we are waiting for that to cool down, let's chop up this parsley. Should be okay. This is going to be used as garnish in the end. So that's out of the way. Now let's try this again. Hopefully that was enough time for the camera to cool down. Let's turn it back on. and we will go from there. All right, let's do this. All right, that should be okay. All right, you guys can all see everything okay. All right, let's do this. All right, up next is the eggs. I do have a shot that I do need to adjust the camera up onto me. So I do need to wash my hands. I'll be right back. And press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it should look like that. So we're just gonna set it on this plate for now. I'm actually going to turn off that camera as well. And then we're going to bring all three of our stations over. Oops. Let me make sure you guys can see everything. All right, let's do this. So up first, the chicken goes in the flour. Make sure to coat all sides of it and gently shake off or tap off any of the excess flour. Then it goes in the eggs. Any of the excess eggs drip off, and then it will go in the breading. In the breading it goes, and remember, press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. And shake off any excess, and then onto the plate, and it is ready to be fried. So this piece of chicken got demolished as I tenderized it, so it's more like a pretzel. Literally, it's like a pretzel. Look at this. I obliterated that piece of chicken. So let's grab another one. Oh my goodness, I make myself laugh sometimes. I really did obliterate that piece of chicken. I'll save that one for last. I don't know. I might improvise a line on that piece. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see. I was trying to pick it up and it kept on getting tangled. I thought it was like two pieces, like of chicken. They were just like folded over each other, but it was just one piece of chicken. Like it's supposed to be like this, where it's nice and thin and still intact. But that one, I literally obliterated and turned into a pretzel. Oh my goodness. So breadcrumbs, press it in good so it holds, and gently shake off any excess breadcrumbs. Let's take a look at that piece of chicken again. It's literally like a pretzel. Oh my goodness, this is like a giant like chicken pretzel, chicken ring, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what, whatever. It happens. No worries. I make myself laugh. Would not be the first disaster in my kitchen today, so it's okay. It's all gonna work out in the end. Should look like that. All right, now let's get back to this abomination. Oh man, I'm gonna cook this one like by itself just to see how it goes. See what the final shape will end up being. Look at this, it's yeah, I kind of overdid it with the tenderizer, but you know, it is what it is. It happens to the best of us. Let me actually grab another plate for that. It will be specifically for this one. See, here was the original shape, but it has a lot of tears in it, as you can see. So I guess if I just gently hold it, it will still keep its shape, or it will separate and resume its pretzel form. So here's that last one going on its own plate. All right. We still have some chicken in the bowl, but we're just going to focus on these main four and that pretzel one as well. So let me go and clean off my hands and let's get set up to start frying. So just give me a moment, please, as I get situated, as I get cleaned up over here. Please and thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move this to the side for now. Here's the breaded chicken. This one's the pretzel, essentially, the breaded pretzel. Let's clean up my spot, and we'll bring the stove back over. We got our stove, got our iron skillet. We're going to be frying in this. Got ourselves some oil. How did I say this? Now shallow fry. 4 minutes per side. Flip it only one time. All right. So actually, from the stove. This as well. That should be enough. You want to shallow fry. You don't want to completely deep fry it, just shallow fry it because we are going to be flipping it one time. But the oil will kind of sit, it won't completely like submerge the chicken. It'll kind of be like wavy looking. You'll see in a few moments here. So let's take this to the stove behind me, to my main stove. We're going to heat it up back here, actually. Oops. Let me adjust you guys a little bit. Stove is back on. Let's turn back on for the pasta as well. Where's the spoon for it? Spoon, spoon, spoon. Here it is. Just adding a little bit of water to the pasta. We're gonna keep it, it's just to help the steam, just to help heat it back up a little bit. We're gonna keep it at like a lowish simmer. We're waiting on the oil to heat up, and once the oil heats up, we're gonna come back over here to the countertop stove, to the kitchen island, and we are going to fry this chicken. So let me move some of this stuff out of the way, get myself ready while we're waiting on the oil to heat up. And once the chicken is fried, then we're simply going to plate everything up. Well, I say simply, but you know, in a perfect world, it would be simply. But we're going to plate everything up. We're going to take the final shots that I need for the final cut of my recipe video, which includes like my intro and my outro lines, the picture for my thumbnail that I'll be using for my thumbnails, and then we will say Yallah, Bismillah, and we will eat. So for those of you just joining, and welcome to my kitchen, I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, we are making a traditional Egyptian dinner. We're making makarona wa farah baneh, which is Arabic for pasta with chicken baneh. Chicken baneh is essentially a fried chicken breast fillet. So it's very simple and easy dinner. It is traditional in Egyptian culture. It is commonly served. Like this is, you know, essentially you could call it like a staple, one of those foods or those dinners that is used like every week, like once a week or once every 2 weeks. This is a very common dinner to have. So over here we got the pasta, which I used a ditalini. Here I go again with stumbling saying the name. Ditalini pasta, if I'm saying that right. For the sauce, we made the sauce from scratch. It was onions, garlic, tomatoes, tomato paste, and seasoned with ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. We blended, we added just like a tiny splash of water. Then we blended it all using an immersion blender. Then we cooked the pasta, and we mixed it all together, and that was red sauce pasta. And then for the chicken, over here beside you guys, so we have these chicken breast fillets that were filleted really thin. Then I tenderized them. I tenderized one of them so much that it essentially turned into a pretzel. You can't really tell right now how it is on the plate, but as soon as I pick it up, it will, it did separate into a pretzel. But the chicken beignet is chicken breast fillet, cut thin the long ways, tenderized, and then seasoned with lemon juice, smoked paprika, ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, black pepper. We let that marinate as we were working on the pasta. And then once that was finished up, then we created the, we put together the breading station. So it was flour, the seasoned flour. Then after that was the eggs, and then in the breadcrumbs to have this. Right now we're just waiting for the oil to heat up, and then we will go ahead and fry the chicken. Oil still needs a little bit more. It is starting to get hot, but it still needs like a few more minutes for it to heat up. And then we are going to switch it back over here to the kitchen island. And then we will record what we need as we are cooking. And when I say we will record what we need, it's in regards to my main camera that I use for the final cuts of my recipe videos that I post to all of my social media platforms and website. So it is 7:10. So at 7:12, in about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, we will transfer over to here to the kitchen island, and we will start cooking. So 2 minutes and counting. Less than 2 minutes, I should say. Pasta's starting to steam back up. I did add a little bit of water, just a splash of water before I turned the heat back on, just to help heat it back up. So that will be nice and hot when it comes to us plating it. All right, we got 60 seconds and counting, and then we will move back over here. Clock just struck 7:11. I felt that one. All right, let's switch back over here to the countertop stove. All right, let me get this camera situated, then we'll turn the heat back on for it, and we will be good to go. Once I get my main camera situated, then I will adjust the live cameras as well to make sure everything is good to go. Oops. That should be good. Tongs. Just to make sure you guys are good to go. Oh boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. I'm going to wash my hands. Wash the chicken for me, please. All right, it's currently 7:15. We're only going to be cooking it for a few minutes on each side. And we're also only flipping it one time. So at 7:17, we're going to flip the chicken, and then we're going to let it cook for about 4 minutes on the second side. It really does not take that long because it was filleted super thin and it was tenderized. And in this one particularly, it was pretzelized. As you can see, so it is shallow frying right now. Like this one in particular, it's not fully submerged the in the oil, but we are going to be flipping it only one time. You don't want to constantly flip it back and forth, back and forth. Just one time for flipping because you don't want to shake off, like knock off any of the breading or any of that. So just one time is all you need. One more minute and we will go ahead and flip it. And then after these two, we're going to cook once these two are up, then we're going to cook these two right here. All right, it's time to flip. It's about 3 more minutes, then we're going to remove this from the oil. Let's have a plate with some paper towel. Let's see. At 7:20, 7:21, we're going to remove this from the oil. That was not a flip, just checking the bottom, make sure we're good. Because sometimes one piece of the chicken or like one part of the fillet will literally be like physically touching the pan itself, and that part will usually like brown and blacken in a way that you don't want it to happen. So I was just checking to make sure that it did not have that actual physical contact with the pan, and we are looking good. All right, 1 more minute. We are going to remove this from the oil. And then we will work on these other two right here. Let's see, do I have any recording lines? No, to serve it. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Garnish it. Okay, we're good to go. And I do have a few recording lines after I played it. And then after I played it, I need to take the picture for my thumbnail, the pictures I use for my thumbnails. And then I have a couple lines to record. And then we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. So let's go ahead and remove, let's see the time. All right, it is 7:21. Let's go ahead and remove this from the oil. I'm gonna have to reline that plate with a paper towel. So let me go ahead and get this situated first. Let me wash my hands. I'll be right back. We're going to let this cook for about 2 to 3 minutes on the first side, and then we're going to flip it. And as before, we're only going to flip it one time. So here's the first two, working on the next two. at 720, 729, we're going to remove this from the oil. And then we're going to clear the countertop, and we're going to work on plating this. And then we're going to work on plating it, take the final shots that we need, and then we're going to say Yallah, Bismillah, and eat. So once again, we are only shallow frying this, and we're only flipping it one time. You don't want to flip it multiple times, because when you flip it multiple times, you risk losing the breading. So only flip it one time when you are frying this style of chicken. Same thing when you're making a burger. You don't want to continuously flip a burger over. You just want to flip it one time. That's the rule of thumb. Check the time. We still have about less than 2 minutes. And then we're going to take this out of the oil. Then we can plate everything up, and we can take our final shots and we can eat. I'm going to grab a few more towels. All right, let's check the time. 7:28. 1 minute and counting. And then we can remove this from the oil and go from there. And we are in business. Let's go ahead and remove this from the oil. All right, you can turn that off. Let's move this out of the way. All set with the countertop stove. Move that aside. Let's temporarily move the chicken to the side as well, because I need to clean the counter. Just adjusting the camera for you guys. Oops. All right, pasta can go right here, and then the chicken, boom, 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 boom. Right? Or no, pasta, work my way down with the chicken. All right, let's do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, a traditional Egyptian dinner. This is macarona wa farech baneh. Farech baneh is essentially a fried chicken breast fillet. And then the macarona is this ditalini pasta and tomato sauce. Yallah, Bismillah. I do still have some recording shots or some lines that I need to record here. And then we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. Okay. Oops, wrong way, wrong way. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional style Egyptian dinner. Traditional style? What? No, traditional Egyptian dinner. What am I saying? Oh my goodness. Let's try it again. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional. See, I keep on wanting to say, I was about to say traditional style. No, traditional. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. Not traditional style. What am I saying? What am I thinking I should say? Whatever. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional. Here I go again. I was about to say style. Oh my goodness. Don't say style. It's not traditional style. All right, let's try this again. Take 5. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. Okay, so I got it right, but I don't think I liked my tone in that one. Oh man. All right, let's try it again. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. All right, that one was much better. Let's review it, make sure we're good to go. All right, food's in focus. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. That one's much better. Let's try it again. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. I'm just gonna go with it. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Let's make sure it all stayed in focus because I did hold the food a little bit closer to the lens. So let's make sure we're good to go. Chicken's in focus. Let me try it again, maybe tilt it a little bit differently, like so. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. All right, I kind of like it better. I changed the positioning of the chicken so that way I'm not holding the plate like so long ways. So let's do it this way instead. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Looks like everything's in focus. Let's see. Chicken's in focus and the macaroni's in focus. Very good. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Let's check my intro, outro, make sure all that is in focus as well. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian dinner. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. One final look. I just said Yallah, Bismillah like at least 15 times. There you go. And if you are not already a member on my YouTube channel for the paid membership, go ahead and click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen. It is only $2.99 per month. And as a member, you get exclusive perks, one of which you will get early access to all of my recipe videos. This will post to my YouTube channel exclusively to my paid YouTube members by tomorrow night. Everyone else will have to wait until next week. So paid members get it as early as tomorrow night, and non-paid members will have to wait until the following week. Yallah, Bismillah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just give me one moment. I'm going to wash my hands. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me pull you back just a little bit. There we go. That essentially concludes today's live where I made this pasta and fried chicken. We call this macarona wa farech bane. It is a very traditional dinner in Egyptian culture. It's just like one of those staples that is recycled each week. Essentially, it's one of those days where you don't want to go out of your way to do too much. So this is a very simple and a very common go-to dinner in Egyptian culture. As I said earlier, if you're not already a member on my YouTube channel, the recipe will post exclusively to my YouTube members as early as tomorrow evening. For everybody else, you will have to wait until next week. So if you're not already a member on my YouTube channel, go ahead and click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do here in the kitchen. Yallah, Bismillah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's live, where I made this traditional Egyptian dinner, macarona wa farach bane. Thank you to everybody who joined in tonight's live. I appreciate each and every single one of you. As always, follow me on TikTok, subscribe to my YouTube, and if you're not already a paid member on my YouTube channel, click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen with sharing Egyptian food, culture, and of course, the spontaneous yelling. Thank you to everybody. This recipe video will post exclusively to my members tomorrow, and then not until next week for everybody else. Stay tuned for my next live. I go live every Sunday. Now, Sunday around like 3 or 4 o'clock is when I go live, where I work on my recipe videos. So stay tuned for my next live. Thanks again to everybody who joined in, and have a wonderful night.